Hello there.
Hello there.
Ah, I forgot to push mute. There we go. Yep. Alrighty. I am Carol, Crafty Grandma, and today we are going to work on the bench pillows for all seasons. This is from anniescatalog.com, and we are going to work on February's pillow. My hair is atrocious. Oh well, okay. We're going to have to live with that. Anyway, so February. If you don't own this book, in order to follow along with these videos, you will need to purchase the book because there are appliques. In this case, there's some buildings and roofs and birds and a bunch of different things that you'll need to applique. So as we do with these videos, I am going to talk about what is required in the book, and then we'll go through from there. All right, let's get my ruler out of the way so I can get to my stuff, because of course I left my stuff upside down. I didn't put them in the right order. So the first thing you need is a white tonal, and it is for the background. So the entire background, there is a border that goes around it, but the background of it is white. If you have something that's got some little dots in it or something like that, that should be fine. But you want to go for something as plain as possible because you are going to have the colors that are on top of it. So in this case, I am using a pure snow white. So that's what I've got there. I don't have a ton of water in here, so we're probably going to have to fix that. A 1/4 yard or fat quarter of gray text. So that is required for the 3 bird houses. So there's a bird carrying a flower with hearts and stuff like that. So there's 3 bird houses. I didn't have a gray that I liked. So instead, I'm going to use something that any of you that have watched me before have seen me use. This is a brown. It looks like wood panels going up and down. So I haven't decided if I'm going to go up and down like that. I'm thinking I'm probably going to go side to side this way, so it looks like siding on a house, because it's a birdhouse, so it's a house. The next thing it says is scraps to total 1/2 yard assorted red and pink prints and tonals. Because it is February, it of course would be the same without some Valentine's fabric. I ordered this on Amazon, and it's a combination of Valentine's Day and St. Patrick's Day. So the top here, so here I have, these are basically fat quarters. So I definitely have more than enough to equal a 1/2 yard. A bunch of different fabrics for Valentine's Day. And then the St. Patrick's Day we will see again next month, because next month's quilt top, where'd it go, has a bunch of shamrocks on it. And they're all in different fabrics. So we are definitely going to be using this fabric for that purpose. So let me set this off to the side. Well, on top actually. And so we've got that. Then we need scraps of blue print and light blue, gold, and assorted greens. So the bird is a dark blue for its base. And I literally have a scrap of dark blue from somewhere. And it doesn't have any pattern on it. It's just a solid fabric. And then I had a charm pack at some point in time, and I can't remember what I used these for. But it was all this light blue kind of fuzzy. So I'm going to use these as its wings. I found a piece of yellow in my scrap bin, so we're going to use that for the bird's beak. And then it said, and green. So there is a stem and 3 leaves. Not certain which way I'm going to go, but I have, actually that goes with that. I have a charm pack of solid green, which is a darker. Then I have kind of a medium green. Then I have a light green. And I have a yellow green. All of these are solid. I'm not using prints as much. And last year, one of the problems I ran into with my pillow tops was I was using too many print fabrics. I wasn't giving enough dead space. So the quilt tops that I was ending up with, I started in July, so I did 6 of them last year. And quite a few of them were very busy. You couldn't really see the actual parts of the applique or anything like that. Couldn't tell what they were sometimes. It wasn't, in my opinion, some of my best work. So I am starting 2022 fresh. I am looking at it a little bit differently, and I'm going to try and do these a little more with solids and using the prints more minimally, for lack of a better word. I'm still doing whatever colors I want. I'm not necessarily going to follow exactly what they say in the book. This is live. I could mess it all up. You never know what you're going to see. But for right now, that's where we're at. Okay, project notes. Read all instructions before beginning. I've done that already. If you haven't, it is something you need to do to make sure there's nothing you don't understand. If there's something there you do not understand, then you want to figure out what's going on. But that's where these videos come in handy, because I'm going through and helping figure out what's going on. Materials and cutting lists assume 40 inches of usable fabric. I'm doing whatever I got. I think that white might actually be backing fabric, so it might be 80 inches. I'm not 100% certain. We'll find out when we unfold it from the thing. Okay, so the first thing we need is, from the white fabric, we need a 12.5 by 34.5 inch rectangle. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to run and get some water. Hang out, take a break, get your fabric together. All right, I am back. We have water. Knew I forgot something. Switching back to this morning stuff, I've got myself all a little befuddled. There we go. Okay, so what we were doing, a 12.5 inch by 34.5 inch A rectangle. So as they mentioned, they're basing things on a 40-inch fabric. And as I mentioned, I'm not certain how wide this is. But 34.5 inches is less than 40. So we only need to go across the 12.5 inches. We can get the width, the long length, from salvage to salvage. All right, so now let's first look at this. Turn to this camera. There we go. So this is the edge of my fabric as it's been rolled on my version of a bolt. I just roll it up like this. That way it stores nicely in some cabinets I have. You'll notice that I tore the fabric off of this piece of fabric the last time I used some. And it's way off. The end of this piece and the end of this piece that should match up are nowhere near each other. So this fabric has a definite problem with its grain. So I am going to cut it. I'm going to clip it, I should say. It needs to be 12.5 inches wide. So I am going to clip it at 14 inches. The reason I'm going so far is, you see, there's probably 2 inches of fabric there. Actually, I could measure it and find out exactly how much. Actually, it's 3, so it's a good thing I measured it, because from the edge of the fabric to the edge of this fabric is 3 inches. So I need to clip the fabric at least 12, 13, 14, 15 and a half inches. What's going on here? All right. So we've clipped the fabric. And now we're going to tear the fabric. So at the selvage, and we tear. We take our unused fabric, cleaned it up a little bit, and roll it back up. Now, this is good to be used for our next project. We don't need the white anymore. And now we look at our fabric. And I don't even need the close-up camera for you to see this. You can see how far off our torn fabric is. You're like, why did you tear it? This shows, because when you tear it, it tears with the strings. Because it's going to keep all the long strings as straight as possible. Or it's going to keep them all straight. And when you look at this, you can see now that the piece of thread that's on the top of this tear and the piece of thread that's on the top of this tear are the same piece of thread, and they're nowhere near equal to each other. So now we have to press the fabric to make sure that it all goes with the grain. We're going to get rid of some of this extra thread because we don't need that. I'm going to do that on both sides. This side's really messed up. Let's see here. Wow, this really wants to mess up, doesn't it? All right. Oh, one more. There we go. All right, that's all better now. That took some time, didn't it? Okay, so now we take, oh, there's still some string under here. Ah, it's not attached to anything. There we go. So now we are going to take our iron, set on cotton, and mine turns off if it's not used after a period of time, so we have to let it heat up a little bit. But now we're going to press our fabric and get as many of these seams and everything out of here as possible. And it's still heating up. Yeah. Should have done that to begin with. Forgot. All right, now why did my tablet do that? It didn't mess anything up. I'm okay. You were able to see everything, so we're good. Just decided to blank out on me. Red yarn. Not yarn, threads. All right, there we go. Now we're heated up. Okay. So to get the wrinkles out, I use water. I do have starch and Best Press behind me, and I use those for my seams. But usually to actually get out the wrinkles and the folds and stuff like that, I just use water. And then you're saying, well, why don't you just use the steam setting on your iron? This particular iron has a tendency to leak if I put water in it. I did buy it used on eBay many years ago. So it still works just fine and dandy. I just haven't gotten around to replacing it. But other than the problem with it leaking when I put water in it, it's fine. And therefore, I'm just as happy using the water bottle. You don't use nearly as much water, I don't think. And I could be wrong. I could be using twice as much for all I know. But it seems to me that when I put the water in the iron and have it set on steam, the water evaporates 10 times faster than I use. So I'm constantly refilling it with water. And I find that annoying. So I don't do that. The other thing that happens when you tear fabric is it gets a little, it kind of like circles up a little bit. It doesn't lay as flat on the edges. So you just want to make sure as you're pressing, you're getting everything nice and flat, because we're going to need to make this straight when we're done. So we can cut our rectangle that we're going to need for our fabric, or for our quilt top. Pillow top. Pillow top. Still a quilt. We are going to quilt. I'm trying to remember, since it's 34.5, I can't remember how big the actual pillow is. But they do tell you in the book what size pillow this is for. I could not find the exact size pillow many places, and the few places I could find it, it was like $50, which I thought was a bit much for just a pillow form, which is going to be covered up all the time. So I just purchased some cheap white cotton fabric, and then I purchased the stuffing. Now it took more than one bag. So the standard bag that you get in your craft stores, it took a little over one bag to fill the pillow. And of course that's going to depend on how full you want it. I seem to never use as much filling as other people do. And then I'm upset with myself later on because it's not as fluffy as I want it to be. So your call. You can put 2 full bags in there. But yeah, just make a square that's the size, or a rectangle, the size that the pillow is supposed to be, plus whatever you want to use for seams. If you're used to quilting, you're used to 1/4 of an inch, whatever. I used my serger. So the fabric was, so the edges of the pillow were actually serged, so they've got a stronger connection to each other. And then just filled it up. Left a little spot open to turn it, serged around it, flipped it out, poked out my corners, which again aren't as vital in the world because you're never going to see the actual pillow. But for, nicety's sake, I went ahead and made sure I punched out as much of the corners as I could, and then stuffed it. I did not hand sew it closed because I don't like to hand sew. And if you can hear all that noise outside, it's the garbage truck coming through. Yes, it is the garbage, not the recycling. But anyway, I don't like to hand sew, so I made sure there was enough room so that I could put it under my standard sewing machine and do a stitch and closed it all up that way. All right, we are almost done with the big pressing. All right, so as I've been doing this pressing, it dawned on me I didn't need to add the 3 inches because I had a torn edge. So I really could have gotten away with 13 inches. We're going to have some scrap. It's okay. We'll find a use for it. So now we match up. Now that we've got it pressed, we take our salvage edge, we take our other salvage edge, we match them up. And then we match up the thread of the fabric. Now, that being said, I did this backwards. I should have done it this way so that I have the fold on this side, but I wasn't thinking. And we want to match up the thread of fabric so that we have a nice straight grain. And this yarn, or this fabric, is very challenging. Some fabrics go right on top of each other, no problem. Other fabrics like this that were weaved, this was probably weaved in a lower cost location. I probably got this fabric somewhere that was cheaper. And that is why it is being very challenging. Because it really doesn't want to match up. It's like, no. I don't need to match up. You're wrong. All right. Well, we're going to start in the corner. Hand pressing is doing me no good, so we're going to pull out the big guns. Pull out the heat. It takes a press really nice. Say that for it. There's someone walking back and forth right near our house, and I don't understand what's going on. I think it's the neighbor. It is the neighbor. I don't understand why she's walking, pacing back and forth, though. Okay, let's see here. I've got it matched up. Now let's just get the rest of this ironed down. And technically, both edges should match up because we tore it the same width. So both torn edges should match up. And in our case, they do. Now you'll notice though at the bottom here, oops, that's not going to work. The bottom here, our salvages do not match. That's why you shouldn't match up salvages. You need to match up the fabric because it doesn't necessarily, just because the salvages match up doesn't mean your grain's going to be straight. And if your grain's not straight, your fabric can pucker. And if your fabric puckers, then it could hang wonky. This is not a hanging. This is a pillow cover. May not have, so we won't have nearly as much problem with it being off kilter. But definitely if you've got something that's going to hang, or if you're making clothing, those things need to be on grain. And that's why when you're making clothing, they actually have a line that goes across that says grain. And if you're not on grain, your fabric clothes that you make are going to hang weird and you're not going to be happy with yourself. Okay. Finally, done pressing. That took forever. It took forever. All right, and my little ruler is still downstairs from Christmas cookie making. That tells you how much I've been paying attention to things. All right, so now we're going to line up. Let's move our water out of the way. We want to make sure that our fabric is still on grain when we cut it with the rotary cutter. So let's see here. You go here. Is that going to work? That's going to work. Excellent. And we line up the folded edge of the fabric. So down here, where my finger is that you can barely see because... There we go. Folded fabric. We line up one of our straight lines. Doesn't matter which one you use. So that it's all straight on the fold. Because we worked really hard to make sure these edges were all even. So we don't want to mess that up by cutting at an angle. So line up your ruler. Get it set up. And cut off the fringe. Fringe. Okay. So now, normally you would turn your fabric and set it up to be measured, but we're going to use a two ruler method. So I pull out this ruler. And we're going to go this way now. And I need this to be 12.5 inches wide. this ruler is 12.5 inches wide. So I'm going to line it up on the cut edge, and I'm going to line it up across the bottom, so on the fold, so that I have a nice square line up. And that gives me my 12.5 inches. But now I need something to cut with. So I pull back in my second ruler. I butt it right up against it. And make sure that we're still straight on the fold on the bottom. Pull the first ruler away. And now I have a piece of fabric that is 12.5 inches wide. And I have a piece of fabric that goes in my scrap bin. Okay, now we need to make it 34.5 inches long from selvage to selvage. So I've got a fold here. I can cut it or fold it, keep it folded in half and only cut half of that size. So I pull out my calculator. Which seemed to be set on video right now. Okay, clear. Come on. Open camera. There we go. All right. And I don't care that you saw the password on this because this thing never leaves the house and it doesn't work on a network. It only works on Wi-Fi. But anyway. All right. Calculator is there. And if I turn it upside down or sideways, there we go. Calculator. And I need 34.5. 34.5 divided by 2. Divided by 2. So it says I need 17.25 inches from this fold. Let's just make sure that's right. 34.5 divided by 2. 17.25 inches. So yes, that is correct. All right, so now we're going to use, this should be over here. I don't know why that got over there. Anyway, now we're going to use our board. It starts at 1, goes long. So I'm going to take my fabric, I'm going to take the fold, I'm going to line it up on the board along. Yeah, you can't see. There we go. There's a yellow line there. That's where the numbers start. So I'm going to line it up there. I'm going to smooth out my fabric. And you know what? I am actually going to go iron it. I'm going to get rid of that seam. So again, we're using water. You can't see me, I know. And I'm going to do a little bit on both sides. So we can really get rid of that seam. Now let's put it back here so you can all see it. There we go. Lining it up. And there's a line down here at the bottom. I'm going to line up to make sure that my cut edges are even. Everything's straight and square. And now I'm going to take my ruler down here to 17.25 on the bottom, And you can't see it on the top, but there's a marking on the top of the area. Line it up both directions. Take back my rotary cutter. And 17¼ inches. I now have a 34½ inch rectangle. 34½ inch rectangle by 12½. Again, I'm going to press in the middle. Get that really big seam out of the middle of my fabric so that when I do my applique later on, it's not sticking out going, hey, I'm a seam, I'm a seam. And now I am going to place this on my display wall. And we have the first part of our quilt top done. You don't have to have a display wall. Well, and if you want one, you don't have to buy one like I did. If you go to a dollar store, which may or may not still be called dollar stores by the time this video is seen, because dollar stores are now the minimum I think they're charging is $1.25. So I'm thinking they're going to have to change their names. But anyway, any of the dollar stores, Dollar General, Dollar whatever, even Five Below, they sell tablecloths with a felt fleece fuzzy backing. If you hang that on the wall and you put your stuff on it, it's a design wall. And it costs 10 times less than this thing did. Then my mother had one that had PVC piping, and you stretched the design wall over it. I don't know how it attached. I never paid a lot of attention. And I may look at that because I've got to get over there probably sometime next week maybe, and look at some stuff. So I may look at it then to see how it attaches. But that way it's collapsible and it's not actually on a wall. So if you don't have a wall you can donate to your hobby, that would be a way to have something that still works that way. I like to be able to see things at a distance, so I like to go back by the camera and look and see how things are looking. If you don't need to, you can have it just set it off to the side. Set it in a stack, each of your pieces off the side. You don't have to do this. It just makes me happy. That's me. Okay, I have extra fabric here from the edge of our top. So I'm going to take that and I am going to put it in my scrap bin because it's a lot of fabric and I'm sure I can find a use for that at some point in time. Okay. Let's see here. From assorted red and pink prints and tonals, cut 50 2½ inch B squares. 50. How many fabric designs do I have? Let's see here. Let's do this. That goes there, that goes there. You get a little bit bigger. Check. Save. There we go. Okay. Here are my Valentine's Day fabrics. And again, they're fat quarters, basically. I think they were in millimeters, but they're still, yeah, that's 20. It's only 16 instead of 18, so it's a little less than a fat quarter. Water. There we go. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 different designs. Of course we do. We couldn't have something nice and even, could we? So, 50 divided by 8. Back to our calculator. Calculator. 5, 0. Oops. Wrong way. Divided by 8 equals 6.25. So I need 6 of all of them, and then I need 4 more, I think. Yeah, close enough. And 2.5 inches. Sorry, need the calculator again. And this, it was 20 divided by 2.5. So I can get I can get exactly 8 out of here. So let's just do that, and then we'll figure out what the 50 are going to look like after that. Okay, I am not going to mess with taking these apart. I'll leave them all nice and stacked up against each other. I'm going to get this square out of the way. I'm sure I'm going to need it, so I don't want it to go far. I'm going to get my fabrics all lined up. I'm going to pull a kitty box over and see if I can make this work. There you go. You can see a little bit better now. Alright, so we're going to take our ruler and trim off the edge. So this whole edge is going to be straight and square. We're not tearing the fabric because with fabric this small, the grain is just going to get messed up. So we cut it, trim it as close as we can to the edge. Now, if you don't have a fresh blade on your rotary cutter, this may not work for you. Be sure to have a nice fresh blade on here, especially if you're going to cut through 8 layers of fabric like I just did. And now we take the scrap, throw it away. Ruler out of the way. We're going to remove the whole mat. There is a gadget you can purchase that goes underneath that allows you to rotate your mat. I don't have that, and I'm not going to buy one anytime soon because I don't think I need it that much. So now we're going to take our ruler, 2.5 inches. One, 2.5 inches. There we go. And now all of this fabric is extra. I will be needing it later on for, I think, some flowers and some rooftops and things like that. So it's not going away, it's just getting set off to the side. And now we're going to cut these into 2.5 inch squares. I don't need that really big ruler anymore. I can get a littler ruler. See, little ruler? It's only 4.5 inches square. Try and use the smallest ruler possible. It makes your life a lot easier. Let's see. I'm going to move you over here. There you go. So we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to get as close to the edge as we possibly can, because we need every bit of this fabric across. We don't really need it, but it'd be nice to have it. So trim it off just a little bit, so all of them are straight and square. Now I am going to flip this whole thing now, just because I don't have enough room on that side. I'd have to be reaching too far. Okay, 2.5 inches. Line up the ruler, make sure you're square. And now we have 8 2.5-inch square pieces. I'm going to do it again. $16. $24. $32. $40. Apparently I did my math wrong. How did I do my math wrong? Is there 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, there's 8. 8 times. Yeah, so that's 48, because 8 times 6 is 48. So I still need 2 more squares. I'm going to find a different fabric, because I don't feel like breaking into those really. Well, I'm going to need them later on anyway. What should I do? What should I do? Let's see. Do I have any other Valentine's Day fabric anyway? I have some Christmas fabric. I have some 4th of July fabric. I know, you just got to see my face really close up. Wasn't that fun? Let's see. I have St. Patrick's Day fabric. I have Easter fabric. I do not have any other Valentine's Day fabric. No, I do not. And I only need 2. Oh, golly, let's see here. What do I have? These are all 2.5-inch wide strips. Do I have any extra scrap fabric from these? No. No. let's do that. All right, here we go. Let's just do this. I got a red fabric, I got a pink fabric. There's stripes. That'll work. I don't know where they'll end up, and I may not like it when I get them up on the wall, but hey, for now, this should be fine. I only need 2, but I'm going to cut 4 because I do tend to like symmetry, and it wouldn't surprise me if when I got this to the point where I'm actually putting it together, I went, I wish I had 4 of those. So, all right. So now I have the 50 2.5-inch squares. That's the end of that. Next one. Now we're going to switch to applique. Let's see. Love is in the air. Here we go. Love is in the air, 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 love is in the air. Okay. So it's this area right here. Birdhouses, 5-inch squares. Oh, it wants me to draw because I'm going to applique. All right. I get it. I get it. So let's pull out our heat and bond. Heat and bond. Oh, sorry, back of it. There it is. Heat and bond. And it wants me to draw a 5-inch square. All right, do I have a 5-inch square? That would make my life too easy. I do not. Oh, I do. I do. I was afraid this was going to be a 5.5-inch square, but it is not. 1 to 5. It's a 5-inch square. So my life is easy. Mechanical pencils tend to be better for this because of the fact that you have a sharper tip, and it can you don't have nearly as much of the line isn't as thick when you're cutting it. Okay, so I'm going to get as close as I can down here, and I'm using the edge as one side. The other thing I could do is I could cut this with my rotary cutter. I like to use my paper scissors when it comes to this, because there is a sticky side to it, and I prefer just to use the scissors that aren't quite as good for this cut. Okay, it calls it 1. So this, we're going to write on here birdhouse 1. Number 1. Now the next one is 3.5 inches by 5 inches. So we're still going to be able to use our 5-inch ruler. And we're going to go 5. Let's draw our line here to 5. And now 1, 2, 3.5 inches. And we go around. And there we go. I'm going to write birdhouse number 2 on it before we cut. That way it doesn't roll over like the last one did. Number 2. Alright, I've got some little extras on the bottom here. Yes, I am going to keep this little portion because I know there's a beak along here way somewhere, and that's tiny enough that I can use this piece for the beak. And potentially on another month there might be something that's tiny that I need to use. So birdhouse number 2. And number 3 is 6 inches by 3.5 inches. All right, how far? That'll work. And now I need to pull out a longer ruler. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3.5. There we go. Again, I'm using the edge of the paper as one of my straight edges. And that's not a half, that's a quarter, so I need to go there. There we go, 3.5. Alright, and this is birdhouse number 3. Okay. Birdhouse number 3. Okay, what is the next thing we're doing? 2 1/2 inch by 2.5 inch long hangers. See, this is why we keep little stuff like this. Woo. 1/2 inch wide. Is this an inch wide? Ah, lucky. So 1 inch wide, or 1/2 inch wide. By how long? By 2.5 inches long. So I'm going to do the inch. Okay, there we go. So I'm doing it an inch wide, and then I'm going to draw a line down the middle at a 1/2 inch. So I got them both done in one fell swoop. This is hanger 1 and hanger 2. Long hanger, long hanger. And the other one is a 1/2 inch by 2 inches. So it's only a 1/2 inch shorter, but it's a half, but it's still. All right, so there's a 1/2 inch by 2 inches. And this is the short hanger. Let's see here. There we go. Now we've got our birdhouses and our hangers. Now we're going to use the patterns provided. So now we're pulling out the patterns. The roof. All right, first we're going to do the roof. And we need three roofs. And this is where I'm going to be using the pinks and the reds again, because you use 3 different ones to do the roof. So that's why I may end up switching out those squares that I cut from other fabric and just use some of the Valentine stuff I ordered. Oh, you silly thing. Do I have more thread? Ah. Okay. Hold on. I need more lead. I need more lead. Let's see here. Is there any right here, or do I have to go downstairs to get it? Of course, I can't find any. Alright, let's see here. What do I have? Okay, the lead is all downstairs, so we're going to set the pencil off to the side. And I got a regular pen. Normally what you see me use, and the reason I had to get it from out there instead of in here, is because the pens that I use in here are all Frixons, which are the erasable pens. And this is, when you use the heat and you put this on to the fabric, everything you draw will go away. So that defeats the purpose of what we're doing. So I grabbed some regular pens, and we'll just do it that way. I prefer to use pencil, that way if I mess up I can erase it, but it's not a major deal. We'll just use a pen. Like I said, you can use a pen or pencil. This pen is a standard cheap Bic, so I think it's a 0.7. I'm not even certain. So the width of the ink that comes out of it is probably a little wider than I'm used to. So I'm going to have to be careful about that. Roof number 1. Now I am going to flip my heat and bond upside down. That way I can get more onto heat and bond. Because the stuff is not the cheapest thing in the world, and I hate wasting it. It just drives me crazy. So. And don't get me wrong, it's not terribly expensive. It's just, I hate to waste it. The idea of having big clumps of it sitting around when I could fill it in with something just makes more sense to me. All right, roof number 2. And flip it over. It's humid in here. It's not hot, but it's humid. Which is making this heat and bond a little sticky. It's actually cooler outside than it is in here. But I know if I open that window, things will go flying all over the place. And every truck in the neighborhood will suddenly need to go driving down the road. And the recycle truck hasn't been here yet, so it'll get really loud. Okay. Roof number 3. There's my scissors. And these are all going to be cut out of different fabrics, so I am going to cut them out individually. Now what I am not going to do is cut directly on the lines. I'm going to cut in between. You don't cut the actual on the line until after it's been attached to the fabric. So you want to leave stuff around until you're ready to attach it to the fabric. Okay, roof 1, 2, and 3. Excellent. This is my stack over here. Next thing is the heart. Again, we have 3 because they go on to the birdhouses. They're like the door to the birdhouse. So there's the heart. Heart number 1. Looks like a heart. I guess I really don't need to label it, but it makes me happy. Let's go this way so we've got fit them in as well as we can. Okay. And again, these are going to use 3 different fabrics when they're cut out done. So we're gonna trim around. My tablet just decided to go wonky again. Let's see here. You go there. Sit there. Let's see. How are we looking? Oh, it says everything went fine, so you didn't even notice. Just me. All right, 3 hearts. There we go. A bird. There is the bird. Bird is here. Bird is on the fold. Doesn't that just figure? Okay. Here's the best place to put the bird. Yeah, let's just do that. No, I don't like that. There we go. And we only need 1 bird. Bird. Probably didn't need to write that on there because I could figure it out, but hey. And I need one wing. One wing. Bird wing. There it is. Do I have any pieces over here? Ooh, just barely. See, this is why we save scraps. wing. Wing. I'm not going to trim anything off because I've got a lot of little scraps over there already. One wing. All right. A beak. Where's the beak? There's the beak. No, let's do it this way. There we go. Beak. All right, stem. That's a long piece. That's long. I don't think I have, oh, maybe. Nope, just too short. Just too short. Okay, and I only need one stem. And could I have made it a shorter stem because I had a shorter piece of heat and bond? Yes. It's all up to me. I can change the design at any point in time. Stem. But I didn't. I wanted to keep it the same. That's going on some green eventually, just one stem. And stem, leaf. I need 3 leaves. And none of these are wide enough. No. Alright, so. Let's fold this back over. I don't need this open anymore. Love is in the air, leaf. There we go. All right, let's see here. L-E-A, leaf number 1. And again, I'm going to run into, they're going to be made with 3 different fabrics, so I need them close but not right on top of each other. That way I can use up the least amount of this stuff as possible, but still have them separated enough so that I can put them on different fabrics. Leaf number 2. And last but certainly not least, leaf number 3. All right, trim them out. And separate them. And flower and flower center. Flower. Flower. Sorry, those things happen to me. I just think of things and go, wait a minute, I know that's from somewhere. This is big flower. Big flower. I guess I could have just written flower on that, because this is flower center. Center. And again, 2 different colors, so we're going to be separating them out. Now, I could take these scraps and put them into something and get them ready for next time, but I'm not going to, because I use them as much as I can per project, but I'm not going to save them from project to project. Okay, so those are all done. We have now done the drawing portion of our activity. If you are so inclined, this heat and bond won't work, but there is another company called Steam a Seam, and they have a fusible interfacing, or a fusible web like this, that you can use on your printer. So you could scan in those in their different colors, sizes, whatever. Scan them in, put them all somewhere, and then print them off onto the fusible interfacing. Not the heat and bond, but the Steam a Seam. The other thing you could do is, if you have either the Cricut or the Brother scan and cut, you can import these into your file, and then it can cut out the fabric and this. In that case, and that would work with, if you use the Cricut or the Brother, you can use the heat and bond. You just have to remember you're going to be wasting a lot of it, because what you have to do is you have to put the interfacing on the fabric, and then, no, you can't use the heat and bond. Yeah, you can, because you tear the paper off at the end. So you can, yeah, the heat and bond. Steam a Seam 2 has sticky on both sides, or has paper on both sides and a sticky in between. So that's why it can go through the printer. I'm not certain how it would work. I've never done it. And my thing is, I have a laser printer, and I know that if I run paper through it where my Frixon, I've written on it, I've done that before, I've written something on it with the Frixon and then printed on this other side, and everything I wrote was gone, because it gets heated up. But if you are very particular about these things, you are able to use other tools to do this applique portion. I'm okay with it. I'm happy with what I've got. I do keep looking at the Brother scan and cut, though. That machine looks fascinating to me. But for the time being, I'm good. All right, so I have all of my appliques ready to be ironed on and cut out. So I'm going to get my rulers out of the way. I don't think I'm going to need them for a while. I probably will at some point, but at this moment in time, they are just taking up space that I need. Okay, there we go. Let's see, it's still 75 in here. It's 70 outside, so it's much cooler outside. All right, back to the book. Prepare the fusible applique. First, the gray text. All right, so here, I'm not using gray. Remember, I'm using brown. And let's look at the birdhouses. So I want to make sure this fabric has a direction to it on its pattern. I want to make sure that we use the pattern correctly. So this birdhouse, which is number 3, goes the long way. The square one is square, so that doesn't really matter. And this one goes that way. So I just have to make sure I get it all set up correctly on my fabric, or else I will be very upset with myself and you'll have to watch me redo it, which is never fun to watch me have to redo stuff too many times. Okay. So let's get the heated portion of my iron back on. And, okay, fabric, there we go. And I want that to go that way. Excellent. All right. So it's going to go sideways, kind of like siding. And I am going to line up my applique with one of the lines so that I know that the lines are all going to be going reasonably straight across. And the lines themselves kind of wobble a little. It has a wood appearance to it, so they're not going to be perfectly straight, and that's fine with me. Didn't get it. So you let it rest. And when I move it slightly, you lift it a little. You're not going to slide it because you don't want everything to slide. You just lift it up a little bit so you don't have any pressure on it as you're moving it. And that corner's not down. It gets hot, by the way. All right, so now that's the first one. Now let's do birdhouse number 2. And, well, it's actually number 3, but it goes lengthwise. Again, lining it up on one of the lines on the fabric. It just dawned on me I screwed these up because now I've got to cut directly against. I didn't cut them. I didn't leave any edges. I don't know what I was thinking. I wasn't. I was starting. It was morning. Still morning. Okay, and then birdhouse number 2 goes up and down long ways. Line it up, place it down. Let's pull this down just a little bit, get it a little further down, and make sure I've got that flat. There's a wrinkle in the fabric, so I'm trying to make sure I've got it pressed down all the way. Okay, trim this up. And we're going to fold the fabric back up. Alright, there we go. Get this out of the way because we're not going to be using it anymore. And then here's where I messed up. There's nothing extra around the applique, so I have to cut right up against the applique. And there's a little bit there, so there might be a little bit of fabric that isn't stuck on, but it shouldn't be too bad. And I don't want to cut too much of the heat and bond off because that wouldn't be good either. So this is why you always leave extra on the heat and bond around the edges so you don't have to do what I'm doing. And hope that you don't get it too far. All right, birdhouse 2. And get a bunch of the heat and bond. Yeah. So they're not going to be perfectly square anymore. Nah, it's not too bad. Put that towards the top. I got a little bit here messed up. I can put that at the top because the roof is going to go over it. So that'll work. Okay, those are the birdhouses. What do we do next? 1 flower, 1 heart, 2 roofs, and 2 long hangers. Ah, they've got it. They differentiate between red and pink. So let's see here. What do we want to call red and what do we want to call pink? So this is pink. That's neither. That's neither. That's neither. That's neither. All right, most of these are white with backgrounds, so that's not going to work. All right, I want to use this. So I need oh, and in case you didn't notice, I put the applique on the back side of the fabric, because that's, if you put it on the front side of the fabric, you're going to have the back side facing out, and you don't want that. So the roofs and the hangers need to match. So I want to do the black in one of the roofs. Okay. Definitely want to use this for one of the roofs. Roofs, whatever the term it is. Okay. So I need a roof piece, and I think I want to put it in the middle. So then it needs the short hanger. Where did the short hanger go? There's the short hanger. Okay. So let's go back to this camera. There we go. Now this fabric also has a direction to it. The hearts are facing up, so I want to make sure that the roof is facing the correct direction. Otherwise, we will end up with upside down hearts, and that would not be fun. But the short hanger, it doesn't matter where it goes. It can go absolutely anywhere. I'm actually going to put it at an angle so that it fits quite nicely into the corner of the fabric, and I'm not wasting too much fabric doing this. Because you never know. I might use this again next year for a different project. Okay. And my scissors are here. So my hangers, I did the same thing I did to the roof, or to the birdhouse pieces. I cut them out to the exact size they're supposed to be instead of having any space around them. So now I have to cut carefully around my hanger. My roof. And the last little loopy-doop. And there we go. See? Oh, that even worked out well. I got the heart right in the middle. Wasn't even paying attention to placement. Excellent. There's one roof. So we've got that dark roof. I don't want to use that pink. I want to use whites. Actually, maybe this one and this one on either side. They're kind of big. They might work. I think they'll work. Okay. Now we need another roof. And there's the two long hangers. We're going to set these here. Wait, I'm going to use one and not the other. There we go. Leave that over there. And remember, put these on the back side of your fabric. I'm saying this because I've actually done it the other way around. And not, you know, when you've got a solid fabric, it doesn't matter. There's can be a right side and a wrong side, but it really mostly isn't. But when you have a patterned fabric, you really need to be careful that you put it on the correct side. Now this time I am going to pay attention to placement, and I'm going to try and get the heart, a heart, right in the center of the roof. The hanger doesn't matter. That's not hot enough yet. Placement's not terrible. Okay, let's do this one next. And again, I'm going to try and make sure placement, I put a small heart on the roof. Now this one's got a lot of little small hearts, so let's see. Maybe if I do that and get a bunch of them in. There, I like that, I think. I say that and I'm going to take it off and not like it, but it is what it is. All right, let's get these two roofs cut out now. See how they came out. Go. Because what do we need next? Let's see. After, we still need a flower and a flower center. And the flower, they've got the flower as the darker color. So maybe we'll use the actual pink for the flower. And then the flower center. I'm not certain what to use. Yeah, we'll use the flower, or this to be the flower. That's going to be good. Okay, let's see how this came out. There we go. We got the nice our heart in the middle. Goes there. Throw these away. Okay, and then this one here. Oh, I still need to do hearts too. And the hearts are going to go on as the doorways. I think I've mentioned this earlier, but just in case I didn't. The hearts are going to be the doorways to the birdhouses. So they are going to be on the dark brown fabric. So we can do them in the lighter colors. Actually, you know what? There is one of the fabrics has locks on it. I wonder if the locks are too big to be in the heart, because that would be cool if they'd be locked. Almost like you have to unlock to get into the house. And actually, all the locks are unlocked. I shouldn't say that. I said that wrong. The locks are already unlocked to get into the house. All right, let's look here. Not as crazy about that. What? Excuse me. All right. Here we go. Here is the fabric I was looking at. It's got locks on it where they're unlocked. Let's see if the hearts might just work. There's supposed to be 3 different fabrics. I'm going to do them all on the same fabric. Well, I'm going to do 1 on the same fabric, and then if I don't like it, I'll. I don't think it's going to make sense. Let's see. I'm going to do 1 and cut it out, look at it. It's an awful big lock for an awful little heart. All right, let's do this. It's cute enough to leave it for one of them, but I'm not going to do it on all three. All right. Let's see. So now the other two hearts. I don't really like this fabric at all. Just not crazy about it. Let's do one of the doors in a bunch of little hearts. There we go. And again, fabric has direction. If the fabric has direction, you want to make sure you follow that direction. Otherwise, you'll have things upside down and it'll drive you crazy. At least it would drive me crazy. Every time I look at it, I'd be like, it's upside down. This one's mostly white. Let's put a heart inside a heart. Okay, so this one is a heart inside of a heart. That's kind of cool. And then this one is just a bunch of hearts. So that works. Now, we were doing the flower and the flower center. The big flower, the flower itself is going to be on the pink. I already know that. Decided that that's the darker color because I don't want to use the black again. So because everything else other than that funky checked pattern that I just don't like is basically a white with the pink and the red on it. I don't know if that's going to change how the whole thing looks, because using the solid white here, the design has darker reds all the way around it. That's where the blocks come in. The 2.5-inch squares come in at. So I don't know how it's going to look. It's just going to be, it's going to be lighter all the way around, because it's not going to have the darkness to it that the other one does. All right, what do I want to use for the center of the flower? I have a couple pieces of fabric here. I'm going to go there, and it's mostly white, so I'm going to go there. Instead of cutting more fabric for a little bitty piece, just use the scraps that I already have. Now, I am using very big scissors, very long scissors, and I have shorter scissors right here and clips all over the place. You can use whatever scissors you want. I can use these longer ones and not have a problem. Some people don't like them, and depending on what's going on, I will switch to the smaller scissors. In this case, I'm just not messing with it today. For some reason, I'm just as comfortable using my big ones today as I am using the little ones normally. All right, there's a flower center. All right, let's get rid of all that. And so our big flower is pink. Oh, that's an interesting heart placement. And it's going to have the little flower, or the center go over the middle, which is going to cover up that heart. We'll have to work on that and see what we can do. There's going to be some playing around with that needs to be done. All right, the flower I'm going to put there. All right, there we go. Done with that. Assorted greens, 1 stem and 3 leaves. So I'm going to use this as my stem. What did I do with all my thread? Now that I'm thinking about all this coloring, it might be over on the other side. I have a dark green. I'll just use the dark green. And I know it's out. It's sitting there, so we should be fine. Because don't forget, after we get these all cut out, we are going to apply them all, and then we have to do a blanket stitch around them all. Because that's how they look nice. So applique originally, didn't have in the, olden days. They didn't have the sticky stuff. They didn't have this applique fusible web stuff. So they had to do everything. They would cut out pieces of fabric into shapes. They would place it onto the other piece of fabric, and they would hand stitch a blanket stitch so that the fabric was there. That's how they used to do what we call applique today. I still personally, therefore, like to have a blanket stitch around my applique pieces. There are people that don't. Some of the fusible web stuff doesn't need to have a blanket stitch around it, like this heat and bond. This will stick once once you put it on with the iron. It's going to stay as long as you do it correctly. Some of the other brands don't stay as well, but I still think it looks nice. It looks like an applique when it has the blanket stitch around it. So I'm using solid colored fabric now. Therefore, I don't have a right side and a wrong side. So I can just put it down, and it doesn't matter which side I do it on. There is, like I said earlier, there is technically a right side and a wrong side. It's just so hard to figure out that it's not that big of a deal. Nobody messes with it. Okay, leaf number 1. Let's just get 2 and 3 on here and cut them both at the same time. Alright, there we go. Leaf 2 and 3. One and the last one, and then we just have to do the bird. I haven't figured out how I'm going to do the bird's legs yet, because those are stitched on. And I've mentioned before, I'm not a fan of hand doing things anymore. So I haven't decided yet. All right, this dark blue has a lot of string on it. So let's get this string out of the way. So we definitely don't want the string in the bird. There's fuzzies on my fabric. Okay. Let's get this little piece off of the edge here because it's taking up space. You always want to be careful you don't have any of this sticky stuff over the edge of the fabric, because if you do, it'll stick to your ironing board cover and then you've got a mess. I've already got a mess because I was ironing satin fabric at too high of a temperature, and I've got red bleed all over the place. So I already need to replace my ironing board cover. I don't need anything else on there to make it even worse. And you're asking, why were you ironing satin fabric? I was putting interface on it. I was making a purse. It made sense to me at the time, and then I realized I was wrong. Or stupid, or whatever term you want to use. All right, there's the bird. The wing and the beak. And this yellow just keeps getting used and used because I keep using it for beaks and stuff like that as I go along. All right, this blue has a right side and a wrong side, so make sure I do the right, put it on the wrong side. That happens to me when I'm using solid fabric and then I switch over to patterned fabric. I end up forgetting to pay attention to which side is the right side and which side is the wrong side. I have string all over my shirt. There we go. Bird, wing, and my tablet just messed up again. Hopefully we're still going. I'm going to cut out this wing and then look at it. I don't know why it's having issues today. And it's obviously not the tablet, it's the software that I use to record, because that's what keeps closing for no good reason. There's the wing. Yep, it said you were all fine, so we're good. And the beak. Alright, now I do have these separated into stacks. I have my squares over here. I have my bird pieces right here. I have my flower right next to my leaf, or 3 leaves, and my stem. and then the birdhouses are kind of all just jumbled together. So we have gone through and we've completed all the way through step number 3. That's it. That's all we've gotten through is 3. And it's been 2 hours and 15 minutes. As I mentioned in other videos, I do talk a lot. I get that, but that's not what the problem was today. This is just taking a while. So now it says to arrange the 3 birdhouses across the A rectangle according to the measurements shown. Aha! So they have specific locations for the houses. So I'm going to pull my 3 houses out. And I am going to get my long ruler again. Never fails. I put it away and then I need it every time. And this doohickey is my blue Frixon pen. I mentioned it earlier. When it gets hot, it goes away. From what I've been told, no, I shouldn't say that. I've been told. From what I read on the internet, if you live in an area where it's really, really cold, so today, Washington, D.C. is getting like 8 to 10 inches of snow or something like that. That doesn't mean it's really, really cold, because snow means that it's not as cold. But if you're somewhere where it gets to negative temperatures, the line can come back. After you get rid of it with the heat, if it gets really cold, it can come back. Now, this is going to be sitting on a pillow in my house, so it's never going to get to that point. Also, my house is in Central Florida, therefore, not going to happen. Like the 4th UPS truck today. I don't know if everybody's returning things or what, but it's after Christmas. I don't get why they keep coming. Anyway, I digress. So anyway, I shouldn't have a problem with it, but you never know if I move or something like that. Okay, so first 2 1/4 inches up. 2 1/4 inches up. I'm going to draw a line. And 2 inches in. So the first house, the first birdhouse, is the square one. So this is the square one, birdhouse number 1. And I am going to line it up. So I've got the lines. Yeah, you can kind of see them. I am going to line up my birdhouse so that it just slightly overlaps the lines, and I'm going to iron it in place. It's the first thing I'm going to do. That out of the way. Got fuzzies on it already. Just got cut out. I can't believe it's got fuzzies on it already. All right. So I have to tear off the paper. And this particular version of type of applique fusible web does not stick to the fabric. There are other brands where once I did this, it would actually stick here, and I could have put the whole thing up here before I even ironed anything on. I do like that because it allows for a little temporary adjustments. This does not. Once you iron it on, it's on. But I'm following the directions of where the location should be, so I'm going to go with that. I'm checking out which way I want the top and the bottom to be. I like the way it is, I think. I'm going to flip it this way. And then I'm getting it just up to the blue line I drew to the side and just down to the blue line on the bottom. And I'm going to iron. I'm not ironing, I'm pressing. Okay, so we have our first birdhouse up. Make sure the corners don't pop out. They're all, yep, this one, see how this one comes up? It's not pressed, it didn't get heated. It's, no, that whole side isn't on. Let's try that again. So if you don't, by the way, this hand is not pressing down, it's just sitting here because that's where I rest it. But it's, so you don't want to push down, you just, but you do want to make sure that it is, the piece is adhered to the other piece. And this corner is not very good either. And I don't remember how long I'm supposed to stand here and hold this. I can never remember. There's an actual time on the directions. I just don't pay attention. All right, now, second piece. Woo, there we go. Three and 3/4 from the edge. And it is really low. 3 and 3/4. And it is 1 1/4 inches up. And this is the longer birdhouse. And again, fuzzies on it. Must have been from the cutting. Don't forget to take the paper off the back. Almost forgot that. I've done that before. I ironed it and all that good stuff, and I'm like, why isn't it sticking? Because I didn't take the paper off. Hangers go on the other piece. Okay. I was almost worried I was forgetting something, but because the hangers need to go underneath the roof. So when you have a hanger like that, so it's not actually a hanger, but it looks visually like a hanger. When you have something like that, it needs to go behind. So you don't have the raw edges sitting on top. It just looks cleaner. I was almost afraid that I was supposed to have hangers on this piece, and then I went, no, the roof, then the hanger. All right, now, what do I do here? 9 3/4 inches from the edge. 4.5 inches from the bottom. This one I need to make sure I put the right direction, because this is the one where I cut it kind of weird, and I want to make sure this is covered up by the roof. Now we have dimensions for the bird too, and the flower, it looks like. There's no way that was long enough. I'm rushing things. I need to take my time. Okay. Oops. Let's see. Next thing is, now that I have those on there, the bird sits 3 inches from the bottom in between here. Okay, there we go for the bird. No, over down there. It's going to fall and make a lot of noise at some point in time. I just know it is. Okay. But now, the bird and the wing goes this way. And the beak, so we need to tip the bird a little bit. There we go. This goes up by the bird. Here, let's bring you all down. Oh, got it caught. There we go. This has this heart going that way, so I kind of want that heart to be visible. And then the 3 colors, I think I'm going to put the darker one up here. Alright, so those are all too close together. So I need to shift my bird a little further that way. There, I think I'd like that. Now to iron them all in place. And not make a mess of them. So let's do this together, because this will be easy. We do this on there. So I'm not going to take the paper off of the big flower. I'll leave that on. I'm going to take the paper off the little flower. Easier said than done. And I'm going to iron it on. I'm not going to press it on really, really hard. But I am going to press it on so that it gets just slightly tacky onto it. All right, there we go. Because I still have to take the back off the paper on this. Now, this all needs to go over to the iron board. Let's start taking paper off the bird. And I left the beak so that I know the angle of the bird when I put it on here. Because remember, the bird, it doesn't stick, so it's still going to have the ability to be moved, and I don't want it to move. And I got blue fuzzies on my white fabric. There we go. Now I do that. Now I'm going to put the wing on. Kind of goes off to the side a little bit. Excellent. Now I'm going to put the beak on. And the beak kind of sticks up to the corner. I want to get it as, oh, there, okay. Now the stem. The stem goes under the beak just a little bit because the bird is carrying the flower. I want to make sure that I get it just barely under the beak. Okay. Now the bottom leaves are going to sit on the edge of the stem, on the bottom edge. Come on. Oops. Wanted to stick to my finger there. That's not going to work. There's one. I got a kitty cat making noise out there. I wonder what the kitty cats are up to. Here's two. It's getting kind of close to that birdhouse, but I think we'll be okay. The leaf goes a little bit under the stem. Just a little bit under the stem. And now, last but not least, the big flower. Please didn't, there we go. Oh, dang it. All right, let's see. I want that to go like that. The center fell off of the flower, which was what I was afraid was going to happen. Now I want it to be, let's see, I want that cover up. There we go, that's good. Too far, there we go. There we go. All right. Now to press it all. So I'm going to start with some of the smaller pieces that are in the larger areas. Let's see here. There we go. Now to figure out which one. So no, it goes in the middle. I know that one goes in the middle. I had decided on that in advance. Those are longer. Need to go all the way to the top. That's going to be fun. So according to the picture, the dimensions from the bottom are because the roof and the hangers connect directly up to the top. So we'll have to see how that all works out. How are we doing? Okay, let's put it up and see how it's coming out, how it's doing so far. Okay, let me step back, get out of the way. Let's look at it. That's not bad looking. I think that the area between house 1 and house 2, where the bird and the flower are at, it seems to be a bit tighter to me than it appears on the sample that in the book. But it doesn't look bad. I think that's okay. There was a little heart in the heart, so I made sure that was visible. And I covered up the black from the rest of the heart, so that's fine. That doesn't show. This is solid, but it's got a little pattern to it. And then this is solid, but it's got a little pattern to it. So it's not too, I kind of like it. Now, we're going to put the roofs on. I'm going to put the middle roof on first. And then go from there. Because the roofs, the hooks, oh, okay, they're long enough. The hanger has to go to the edge of the fabric. Excuse me. And then the roof goes over the top. Because remember I told you the hanger goes behind the roof. Just like the house goes behind the roof. Visually, that's just, it looks better that way. Come on. We're going to try and center that. And we have to center the hanger. I'm trying to decide which hearts to go with which roofs. All right, make sure it's all on. It is. There we go. And that's really busy with the bird and everything. Oh, golly. Yeah, I like that. I couldn't decide which roof to go where. But the center of the flower has the same fabric as that other roof. So I'm going to put this roof on over on this side, and then that way there's a distance between the fabrics that are the same. Even though the chances of anybody catching that they're the same fabrics are probably slim to none. It's just one of those things where I don't want to make it too easy for someone to notice it. Alright, we got that one on. Yep. Okay, last roof. Can't believe they use the same size roof on all three houses. They're all, well, this one's smaller. It's narrower, and they still use the same size roof. It seems weird, but hey, what do I know? Not my pattern. When it's my pattern, I can make those decisions. It's not my pattern. Following somebody else's pattern today. Come on. All right, let's go to the top piece. Okay. away. Still have to, last pieces, the hearts that I keep calling the birdhouse doors. So there's a dark hearts. I don't want the dark hearts on the same as the dark. So I'm going to do that one over there. I think that one, so basic, would look good there. Now, do I want those that way? Yes, I do, because I don't want the dark one over here. And it's towards the bottom. Okay, put the hearts, throw the last of the backing away. All right, back up on the design wall we go. So there we go. That is the main portion of our pillow top. The only thing that gets added on is we are going to put a border of the 2.5-inch squares all the way around. I'm having trouble with all the solid fabric in the bird and the flower. It's almost like I didn't put enough patterns in. What I've been doing is too much pattern, and this one, it feels to me like there's not enough pattern fabric, but we'll have to see how it comes out in the end. I did have some mint green that I could have used that had like a white pattern to it. It's a really light pattern, so I don't know. All right, so the next step it says here is to machine blanket stitch around edges of all appliques using matching thread. The other option you can use is you can use invisible thread, which is plastic and stretches and can be very challenging to use, but it is something you can do. I'm hearing noises outside again. I don't know why I'm hearing noises outside again. I'm just hearing things. So the next thing to do is to do all the blanket stitch around all of these pieces. So let's see. We get an hour and 10 minutes. All we're going to do is blanket stitch from this point on. So if you don't want to watch me blanket stitch, that's fine. I'm just letting you know. That's where we're going for the rest of this episode. Hopefully I'll get it all done. And then in part 2, we will join all the squares up. So make our border. And then we will attach the border and finish this up. The longest portion of this particular quilt pillow topper is the applique, drawing, cutting, and the blanket stitch. So that's where we're at. So if you are going to stop now and go do something else instead of watching me blanket stitch, don't forget to like the video, thumbs up, subscribe, follow, do all that good stuff. It helps me get credit from the different areas and get moved up so that other people can see me and follow along also. So, all right, sewing machine. Here we go. Not crazy about the angle of that camera. Let's see if we can get that taken care of. That's a little bit better. Get rid of those. Okay, what do we have going on over here? We have quilting stuff set up. Excellent. We're not going to do any piecing right now. So let's get the piecing stuff pulled off of here. I'm going to leave the needle, even though it's a 70, I'm going to go with the needle. It's fine just the way it is. Okay. Need a different foot. Where's my other foot? There's my applique foot. Knew it couldn't be far away. It's right there. Now, I'm not going to need my stiletto anytime soon. I'm not going to need my that. I'm not going to need my button foot. Hopefully I don't have to tear anything anytime soon. There we go. So now, let's look. I think the houses looks like blue, not black. I could be wrong. That's blue. There's black. Oh, I'm out of black bobbin thread. All right, there we go. Let me make sure that's black. 5201. Yes, they are both black. So I am going to trim the houses and the roofs and the hangers, and I think even the doors in black. I think that having them stand out would be a good idea. Let's see. There we go. There we go. That's better. Now this machine, I can wind the bobbin through the needle, but I haven't threaded the machine yet, so why bother? It's no big deal. I can wind from up here, it's no problem. But I am going to lower my speed. Load up the bobbin. Where'd my needle threader go? Well, there's one. This one doesn't always work right, but we'll try it. It's like the metal piece is bent or something, because it doesn't always. It doesn't look bent. It just doesn't always work right. Nope, see, it doesn't get in the center where it's supposed to. All right, where's the good one? Good one's over here. Somewhere. Come on, thread, what are you doing? There we go. This one's for my serger, so that's not quite the one I wanted to use either, but it worked. There we go. Now where to start, I'm going to start up here. First we need a blanket stitch. That would be 219. So this one over that 1 9. No, that's not right. There we go. Now, my machine tells me whether I should use an interfacing or not. I'm not going to, even though a lot of times when I get done, I'm like, dang, I wish I used an interfacing, because it will buckle a little bit, but we're gonna go for it without it. I'm gonna have it do a knot at the beginning of the stitch. And when I get to the end of wherever I'm going with this particular stitch, or with this particular path, I'm gonna have it knot again. I want it to stop in the needle down position, and I need to speed it back up a little bit because I slowed it down for the winding a bobbin. Now, I probably could have widened this stitch a little bit around the house area, but then I would have had to narrow it again around the roof because I don't think I want the roof to be too wide. I want it to be outlined, but I don't want it to be ridiculous. And with the dark thread, it's going to stand out a lot on the roof, which, like I said, I want it to stand out. I want it to be obvious that it's been outlined, even though it says use a matching color. I'm using a contrasting color because I want it to stand out. And like I said, they want it to blend in. I want it to stand out. All right. going to stop at the end of this house. So a lot of times I will just keep sewing around until I get the whole area done. But I really think I want the roof to be one continuous outline, and I don't want to stop and switch directions. All right, now we're going to do the heart here. Now the reason I'm putting the presser foot down first is there's a line on my applique foot that tells me where the center is, and it's slightly off from the edge of the fabric right now. So I want to start it. I want to make sure when I start the stitch, I've got it right on the edge. Okay, so now I've got the first house and first heart, or doorway as I've been calling them, done. Make sure I get all these threads out of the way so they don't get caught as we're moving along. Now I'm going to do the roof. Let's see. I am not going to do the roof there. I don't think now I'm going to leave that as it is. I'm just going to leave it as it is. So I'm going to do down, around, and up. need to fix this because this is going to be in this seam. Water. Water would be a good idea. Okay. So the first birdhouse is complete. Oops. I think I like having the dark outline on it. I really do think the contrast is better. If I had used the white thread on here, it would have blended in and it wouldn't have made the roof pop nearly as much as it's popping now. I like that. I like that a lot. All right, so house number 2. Stopped that one a little early. Oh well, we'll live. It's a little short, but hey. Okay, now the heart. go. Had a little bit of a problem with our automatic cutter there, but everything seems to be okay now. Let's trim everything off, make sure we're clean back here. We got thread caught. What's going on here? Okay, there we go. let's trim off, because the thread from the beginning got caught somewhere along these lines, and that's what wrinkled everything up. And I pulled it out, and it was still really long. There we go. And then up here, get that out of the way. Okay, 2 houses down. 1 more birdhouse to go. What time are we looking at? We might get parts of the, well, we're going to get parts of the bird and the flower probably done. I say that and I'm not 100% certain, but I think so. Sorry, chapstick necessary. Lips are drying out. Okay. Now, the doorway. Now we need water. Ah. Yeah, that works. Wasn't quite right, but it worked. Okay, trim off our extras because we don't want them getting caught anywhere. Excellent. Now, the roof. What are we looking at time? Oh yeah, we should get, I don't know if we'll get the flower. We might get the bird done. Do this and then worry about what's next. So easily sidetracked. Went too far in. Dang it. Oh, we're getting there. These scalloped edges are such a pain. Yep, I went too far in again because I was talking. That'll teach me. All right, out, over. Alright, so it's very close to the edge here, but with it white on white, it's hard to see. That's always a problem. Alright, straight line. Woohoo! Love straight lines. Alright, now I had thought about switching to different colors, and I may still switch to the green on the leaves, but I don't think so. I think I'm just going to go with black. And now I'm going to do the bird. Where are we at time-wise? Yes. I may be able to get this done. That would be cool to start the next episode piecing. Alright, so I probably should have started in that corner and gone around so that I could have gone around the fish. And I wasn't thinking. I just wasn't thinking. And it's not a fish, it's a bird. Looks like a fish to me. I've been having this problem the whole time. The way they designed this bird, it looks more like a fish for some reason to me. Straight line, woohoo! Here we go. Not very long straight line, but hey, it's a straight line. Anything's better than curves, which is what we get now. And that's a big curve. This one might not be too bad. Bird done. Oh, we might be able to get this all done. That would be so cool. Hold on, let's clip off pieces that could get caught before we get caught and get stuck, because you know when we're in a hurry, that's what happens. Not really in a hurry, I think it'd be nice to be able to get all this blanket stitching done so that the next time we visit, we're only doing the finishing, well, the border and stuff like that. All right, beak. Now, thread got all twisted there. There we go. Let's get the beak done. One forward, and let's go sideways. Excellent. And now we go straight again. Almost got the beak done. The line that I drew for the bird to sit on is not disappearing very well. I'm not happy with that. I don't know why it's still there. We're gonna have to try ironing it again. Trying to get that heat on there to get that out, because it's really obvious. Okay, let's see. Let's do the flower. Oops, I'm facing the wrong way. Good thing I switched before it started sewing. Probably should have started with the little one in the middle. Oh well. We can get there. Yep, something's wrong with the bobbin, I think. Yep. All right. We lost our thread. What got caught? I don't know what got caught up there, but it got alrighty. Yeah, let's see. Is it caught in there? Nope, we're good. All right. Let's get rid of that ratty thread at the end. Try this again. All right. Back to the flower. Oh, I know what I forgot to do. I forgot to do this. Let's make sure this was okay. All right, everybody's been reset. Let's go again. All right. There we go. There we go. Look at us go. Look at us go. Alrighty, just the flower left. Or actually not the flower. Flower's done. Flower's done. Got the leaves and the stem to do. Oh, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? I will do this part of the stem first. And then I will realize what time it is, and we will stop with the sewing. Didn't quite make it. I had a feeling we were going to be just close. Let's see here. Let's get that off. Let's turn that off. Get those taken care of. And let's go over here. All right, so apparently it worked because it's been up there the whole time, so we've been good. Again, tablet doing something weird. Not certain if it's the tablet now because it did actually time out or if it's the software. We will have to, well, there's nothing I can do to figure it out, so we'll just have to live with it, but okay, here we go. So yeah, even from a distance, I like it. The only thing that's not done is this leaf, that part of the stem and those two leaves. So that should take us about 15-20 minutes on part 2, so no big deal. And then we will go to actually piecing a top, because we're going to have to do some piecing to make the border up and then put the border on. Then we are going to quilt it, which there's not going to be much quilting involved. There usually aren't with these appliques. I don't even know if they did any. I don't see any quilting at all in theirs. But the batting I typically use can only have 10 inches between quilting lines, so we may have to do something because there's 12.5 inches here. And once we put on the 2 borders, it's going to be 12 inches. So that's more than the 10 inches. We might just do a second thing around and make it closer. I'm not certain. We'll figure that out. So we'll quilt it, and then we'll turn it into the envelope. The part 2 is probably going to be, it won't be more than 3 hours. We won't go a full 4 hours. I know we won't go a full 4 hours. But it's just going to depend on if the machine agrees, you know, fussy stuff. But thank you all so much for joining me today. This was part 1 of Bench Pillows for All Seasons, February. If you haven't already, subscribe or follow the channel. Give me a thumbs up. That helps with the algorithms so that other people can find these shows and follow along with us also. And you all have a great day. We'll see you all for part 2.